What makes Oblivion so uniquely unsettling is not its monsters, its Daedric invasions, or even its apocalyptic stakes. It is the creeping suspicion that nothing the game tells you is entirely true. Beneath the surface narrative of heroism and destiny, Oblivion behaves like a carefully staged illusion, one that constantly hints that reality itself may be fabricated, manipulated, or misunderstood. From the very first moment, the game destabilizes certainty. You awaken in a prison cell with no history, no identity, and no explanation. You were told nothing about who you were before this moment, only that you now exist. This absence is not accidental. It mirrors the experience of someone waking into a constructed reality, where memory is optional and identity is assignable. The Emperor recognizes you not by name or deed, but by a feeling, by a dream. That recognition establishes the central tension of Oblivion. Fate is not earned, it is installed. This sense of artificial destiny grows stronger as the main quest unfolds. The Hero of Kvatch is celebrated almost immediately, often without witnesses, evidence, or proportional reaction. Townsfolk respond with admiration disproportionate to their knowledge. Doors open. Trust is granted instantly. The world behaves as if compelled to accept you as important. This is not how organic societies operate. It is how systems behave when they are instructed to accommodate a variable. The Shivering Isles later provide the key that reframes everything. Sheogorath is not merely mad. He is creative. He builds realities, scripts behaviors, and delights in watching mortals accept absurdity as normal. Border Watch's false prophecy demonstrates how easily perception can be overwritten when authority declares meaning. Entire towns reorganize their lives around nonsense because it is presented with conviction. This revelation retroactively poisons the main narrative. If Sheogorath can manufacture belief on that scale, why assume the rest of Cyrodiil is immune? The theory that the Hero of Kvatch never existed emerges naturally from this logic. Rather than a savior, the player may be a subject, an animated body infused with memories designed to simulate purpose. The real prisoner may have died unnoticed in that cell. What continues onward is a narrative experiment. A corpse filled with delusions, released into the world to see how far belief alone can carry someone. This would explain the adoring fan. He is not comic relief. He is surveillance. His invulnerability, omnipresence, and unchanging enthusiasm are not traits of a normal NPC. He behaves like an observer maintaining a role, checking the stability of the experiment. He never questions your importance because his purpose is to reinforce it. If you are Sheogorath's grand illusion, then the adoring fan is his laughter made visible. The Oblivion Crisis itself begins to look less like invasion and more like theater. Daedric gates open everywhere at once, as if triggered by a single switch. Cities fall or survive not based on strategy, but on narrative necessity. Kvatch is destroyed to give the story weight. Martin Septim is found at precisely the moment he must be found. Events align too cleanly, too efficiently, like scenes cued in advance. This raises the most disturbing possibility: the world is not reacting to you. It is responding to a script. And if that is true, then heroism in Oblivion is not about saving reality, it is about sustaining the illusion long enough for someone else to enjoy watching it unfold. As the illusion deepens, Oblivion begins to blur the boundary between madness and authorship. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the figure of Sheogorath, whose role extends far beyond comic Daedric prince. Sheogorath is not simply insane, he is aware. He understands the rules of reality because he bends them deliberately. His madness is not chaos, it is authorship disguised as unpredictability. The Shivering Isles reveals something critical: reality in Oblivion is modular. It can be rewritten, recontextualized, and reprogrammed with alarming ease. Border Watch does not collapse into panic because it is threatened. It collapses because meaning is reassigned. A prophecy is invented, delivered with authority, and immediately accepted. The townspeople do not question its origin. They rearrange their lives around it. This is not satire. It is a demonstration. Once this mechanism is understood, the rest of Cyrodiil becomes suspect. Quests operate on the same principle. You are declared important, therefore you are important. You are named champion, therefore you become one. Authority precedes evidence. Belief precedes reality. Memory functions the same way. The Hero of Kvatch has no past. This absence is never treated as trauma or mystery. It is treated as convenience. Characters do not ask who you were. They ask what you will become. This is not how people treat survivors, it is how systems treat newly instantiated variables. Sheogorath's obsession with identity is telling. In the Shivering Isles, identity is fluid. Citizens change roles. Guards switch allegiances. Even the mad god himself can be replaced. The player does not merely serve Sheogorath. The player becomes him. This transition is seamless, accepted instantly by the world. No one questions it. That acceptance reframes the entire game. If godhood can be transferred without resistance, then identity in Oblivion is not intrinsic. It is assigned. Roles exist independently of the beings who occupy them. When one vessel fails, another is slotted in. This suggests that the Hero of Kvatch is not unique. They are compatible. The illusion theory proposes that the player character is not chosen because of virtue or destiny, but because of suitability. The prison cell is not random. It is a staging area. The Emperor's recognition is not prophetic, it is procedural. He sees a candidate, not a savior. This explains the unnatural confidence of the narrative. The world never doubts you. Guards entrust you with sacred relics. Guild leaders promote you rapidly. Kings listen. Gods intervene on your behalf. Failure rarely produces consequence. Death is temporary. Reality bends to accommodate progress. This is not empowerment fantasy alone. It is containment. If the hero is a construct, an entity stabilized by belief, then the world must constantly reinforce that belief to prevent collapse. NPCs affirm your importance not because you earned it, but because the illusion requires it. Even the Oblivion gates feel staged. They open in predictable locations. They wait patiently. They do not adapt. They exist to be closed. The Daedra are obstacles, not threats. They perform hostility without pursuing victory. Sheogorath would appreciate this. The mad god does not seek domination. He seeks entertainment. An artificial hero navigating an artificial crisis would be the ultimate spectacle. A corpse filled with borrowed purpose, saving a world that exists only because someone decided it should. In this reading, the player's freedom is the illusion's final layer. You feel autonomous because the system is built to absorb any choice you make and reframe it as destiny. Chaos is permitted because outcome is controlled. You are not breaking the story. You are sustaining it. As the illusion theory expands, attention inevitably turns to the behavior of non-player characters, because this is where cracks in the world's authenticity become hardest to ignore. In Oblivion, NPCs do not merely exist, they perform. They follow schedules, repeat phrases, and react to the player with a consistency that feels less like personality and more like instruction. Over time, this repetition begins to feel deliberate rather than technical. The most striking example is the adoring fan. On the surface, he is a joke, a parody of obsessive admiration. But his behavior defies the rules governing other NPCs. He cannot be killed permanently. He follows you across vast distances without explanation. He expresses unwavering devotion regardless of your actions. Even cruelty fails to alter his demeanor. He does not respond emotionally, he resets. This behavior aligns disturbingly well with the role of a stabilizing agent. If the Hero of Kvatch is an illusion sustained by belief, then belief must be reinforced constantly. The adoring fan exists to do exactly that. He mirrors back the identity the world has assigned you. He calls you champion. He confirms your importance. He refuses to acknowledge doubt. His presence is not supportive, it is corrective. Other NPCs behave similarly, though less overtly. Guild members accept rapid promotion without resentment. Authority figures defer instinctively. Citizens gossip about your deeds even when those deeds occurred without witnesses. The world's awareness of your actions exceeds what information flow would realistically allow. News spreads instantly, selectively, and always in your favor. This suggests observation without perspective. The illusion theory proposes that the world is not reacting organically to events, but updating itself based on internal state changes. When a quest flag is completed, reality adjusts. NPCs do not learn about your actions, they register them. Sheogorath's realm confirms this logic explicitly. In the Shivering Isles, NPCs openly acknowledge their lack of agency. Their identities shift when the narrative demands it. They do not resist transformation because resistance is not part of their design. Madness, here, is not chaos, it is obedience without illusion of autonomy. This reframes Cyrodiil as merely a more subtle version of the same system. The illusion is not that NPCs lack free will. It is that free will is unnecessary. The system does not require belief from them. It requires belief from you. NPCs exist to reflect that belief back at you, reinforcing your role until it feels natural. Even combat supports this interpretation. Enemies scale with your level, not their own logic. Bandits acquire better armor as you grow stronger. Wolves become Daedra. Threat is calibrated to preserve challenge, not realism. The world does not resist you, it adapts to you. This inversion suggests that you are the fixed variable, and reality is flexible. In a true world, growth creates imbalance. In Oblivion, growth creates accommodation. The illusion theory argues that this accommodation is not convenience, it is containment. A reality that bends to you prevents you from questioning it. Difficulty never overwhelms you. Victory is always possible. Failure is temporary. You are allowed to feel powerful because power keeps you engaged. Sheogorath understands this psychology perfectly. He does not imprison you. He entertains you. He does not force belief. He constructs scenarios so compelling that belief becomes voluntary. The ultimate madness is not chaos, it is comfort within artificial meaning. By the time the player ascends to godhood in the Shivering Isles, the transformation feels earned. But nothing about it is earned. It is granted. The world simply accepts it because acceptance is its default state. This raises a final unsettling thought. Perhaps the illusion does not exist to deceive you. Perhaps it exists to protect you from the realization that nothing beneath it is real at all. When all of these elements are considered together, Oblivion begins to feel less like a world that exists independently and more like a reality that is being maintained. Not governed, not ruled, maintained. The distinction matters. Maintenance implies fragility. It suggests that without constant reinforcement, something would collapse. This is where the player's role becomes deeply uncomfortable. You are not merely experiencing the illusion. You are participating in it. Every quest you accept, every title you wear, every prophecy you fulfill strengthens the structure. The game never forces you to believe you are important, it rewards you for acting as if you already are. Belief becomes behavior, and behavior becomes proof. Sheogorath's presence looms over this dynamic like a signature. He never lies outright. He reframes. He exaggerates. He performs. His madness is not randomness, but deliberate distortion. When he gives you control of the Shivering Isles, the transition is not dramatic. It is procedural. Authority is transferred as if following a checklist. The Isles accept you because they are designed to accept whoever fills the role. This reframes the Hero of Kvatch as both subject and accomplice. If the illusion exists to entertain or observe, then your compliance is essential. The world rewards you for sustaining the narrative. Deviations are absorbed. Resistance is converted into alternative routes that lead to the same conclusions. You feel free because every choice has already been anticipated. The Oblivion Crisis itself supports this reading. Maroon's Dagon does not conquer. He performs invasion. His gates open theatrically. His forces wait patiently. His defeat arrives on schedule. Martin Septim's sacrifice is framed as tragedy, but it resolves the crisis cleanly, permanently, and symbolically. The world resets. The illusion stabilizes. If this were a real war, it would leave scars. Instead, it leaves statues. The illusion theory suggests that Cyrodiil survives because it is not truly endangered. It exists in a state of perpetual near collapse, designed to feel urgent without ever becoming unmanageable. The player is allowed to feel responsible without bearing consequence. This design aligns disturbingly well with Sheogorath's philosophy. Madness, to him, is not destruction, it is imbalance that never resolves. A crisis that never quite ends. A story that loops endlessly while pretending to move forward. If Cyrodiil is an illusion, it is not a failure of reality. It is a masterpiece of restraint. The most unsettling implication is this: the hero of Kvatch does not awaken to truth. They ascend. Rather than breaking the illusion, they become its caretaker. By replacing Sheogorath, the player inherits authorship without awareness. The cycle continues under new management. The illusion does not end, it evolves. This reframes the entire game as a closed system. You do not escape the prison cell at the beginning. You move deeper into it. Each layer feels freer than the last, until freedom becomes indistinguishable from participation. The prison was never the walls, it was the narrative. And the player chooses to remain inside it. Oblivion does not warn you about this. It congratulates you. It crowns you. It immortalizes you in myth. The ultimate reward is not truth, it is permanence within the illusion. This is why the game lingers long after it ends. Not because it hides secrets in obscure lore books, but because it teaches you to question whether meaning itself can be fabricated, and whether you would accept that fabrication willingly if it made you feel important. In the end, Oblivion may not be asking whether the world is real. It may be asking whether reality matters, once belief is strong enough to replace it. Once the illusion of Oblivion is established, the next question becomes unavoidable. Where do memories come from in a world that assigns identity so freely? The hero of Kvatch begins with none, yet navigates the world as if shaped by purpose. This contradiction pushes the theory beyond illusion and into something more unsettling: manufactured identity. Memory in Oblivion behaves less like lived experience and more like narrative data. The player character never references a past because there is no past to reference. NPCs do not inquire about it because inquiry is unnecessary. The world treats memory as optional. What matters is function. You are not asked who you were, you are told who you are now. Champion. Listener. Archmage. Savior. Titles override absence. This mirrors the way Sheogorath constructs identity in the Shivering Isles. Citizens are not defined by history but by role. Mania and dementia do not describe mental states, they describe operating modes. People shift between them without trauma or continuity. Memory does not anchor identity, it follows it. When the environment changes, memory adjusts accordingly. This suggests that memory is not the foundation of the self in Oblivion. It is an accessory. If that is true, then the hero of Kvatch does not discover who they are. They are installed into the system with a narrative framework that simulates identity. This framework is reinforced constantly by NPC reactions, quest structures, and titles. The more the player acts within the system, the more real the identity feels. This is not empowerment. It is conditioning. The Emperor's prophetic dream becomes critical here. Dreams are not proof. They are interpretation. Uriel Septim does not recognize you because of destiny proven by action. He recognizes you because the narrative requires recognition. The dream authorizes the installation. Once installed, the system adapts to preserve coherence. Guilds accept rapid advancement not because merit has been demonstrated, but because narrative escalation must continue. Your rise feels earned because effort is required, but the outcome is predetermined. No path allows refusal of importance. Even avoidance becomes a different route to significance. The illusion theory now becomes a simulation theory. The hero of Kvatch is not a free agent inside the world. They are the world's focal variable. Everything orbits them because the system requires a central observer. Without that observer, the illusion destabilizes. This explains why Sheogorath takes interest. Sheogorath is not impressed by power. He is impressed by adaptability. He tests whether you can hold contradictory roles without collapse. Assassin and hero, god and servant, savior and destroyer. The player succeeds because identity is not intrinsic, it is modular. When you replace Sheogorath, the transition confirms this theory fully. The mad god does not die. He transfers. Madness persists. Authority persists. Only the vessel changes. Memory of the old Sheogorath fades because it is irrelevant. The role matters, not the person. This is the most damning evidence that Oblivion is not about heroism. It is about interchangeability. Heroes are not born. They are assigned. Gods are not eternal. They are replaced. Reality does not collapse when identities shift because identity was never the foundation, it was the interface. And the player accepts this willingly. The illusion persists because participation feels rewarding. You are praised. You are empowered. You are remembered. The cost is that none of it belongs to you. The moment the system no longer requires you, another will take your place. This is the true horror beneath Oblivion's grandeur. Not that the world is false, but that it works perfectly without you, and only pretends otherwise while you are useful. Once identity is understood as modular, the concept of godhood in Oblivion becomes deeply unstable. Gods are not distant, eternal beings operating beyond reality. They are offices, roles, positions within a system that persists regardless of who occupies them. Divinity, in this framework, is not transcendence, it is function. The Shivering Isles makes this explicit. Sheogorath is feared, worshipped, and obeyed not because of who he is, but because of what he represents. Madness is not his personality, it is his jurisdiction. When the player assumes his role, the Isles do not resist. There is no cosmic rupture, no metaphysical objection. The world accepts the transition immediately, as if it were routine maintenance. This acceptance is the strongest evidence that divinity in Oblivion is procedural. If godhood were intrinsic, replacing a Daedric prince would destabilize reality. Instead, reality adjusts instantly. The mad god does not disappear, he updates. The name remains. The function continues. The identity behind it is irrelevant. This realization casts every divine interaction in the game under suspicion. Akatosh does not appear as a conscious being making a moral choice. He manifests as a mechanism, a dragon-shaped solution deployed to close the crisis cleanly. Martin Septim does not become a god through enlightenment. He becomes a conduit, a sacrifice that triggers a system response. The gods do not intervene because they care. They intervene because conditions have been met. This reframes worship itself. Prayers are not appeals to compassion, they are input. Rituals do not persuade gods, they activate them. Divine artifacts do not symbolize favor, they grant access. The universe behaves less like a mythic cosmos and more like an operating system waiting for commands. Sheogorath understands this better than any other entity. His madness is not ignorance, it is awareness without reverence. He knows gods can be replaced. He knows meaning is assigned. He mocks prophecy because prophecy is just narrative permission. His laughter is not chaos, it is recognition. This is why he selects the player. Not because you are special, but because you are adaptable enough to accept replacement without resistance. You do not question godhood because the world has already taught you that identity is flexible. Becoming Sheogorath feels natural because everything leading up to it has trained you to accept role escalation as progress. This training begins early. You become guildmaster in multiple organizations simultaneously without conflict. Assassin and law enforcer. Mage and warrior. Saint and criminal. The world never forces reconciliation because reconciliation would imply coherence. Oblivion does not require coherence. It requires continuity. False gods thrive in this environment. They are not false because they lack power. They are false because power is detached from meaning. When anyone can become a god under the right conditions, divinity loses transcendence. It becomes administrative. This is the ultimate inversion of heroic fantasy. The player does not ascend through moral clarity or sacrifice alone. They ascend because the system allows it. You do not defeat madness, you inherit it. You do not expose illusion, you stabilize it. And this raises a final disturbing implication. Perhaps Oblivion's gods are not lying to mortals. Perhaps they are just as trapped as everyone else. If divinity itself is replaceable, then no being in this universe is truly free. Even gods operate within constraints they did not choose. Even Sheogorath must pass on his crown. The illusion does not end at mortality. It extends upward, through power, into godhood itself. If gods in Oblivion are procedural, then prophecy becomes something far more unsettling than prediction. It becomes instruction. Prophecies do not describe what will happen, they authorize what may happen. They function less like visions of the future and more like permissions embedded into reality itself. This is why prophecy in Oblivion is never contested. Uriel Septim's dreams are accepted immediately, despite lacking verification. Martin Septim's legitimacy is never meaningfully challenged. The Dragonfires are treated as absolute safeguards even when no one fully understands how they work. Prophecy is not questioned because questioning it would destabilize the system that relies on it. In this framework, prophecy behaves like control code. Once spoken by the correct authority, events begin to align. Doors open. NPCs comply. Systems unlock. The player is allowed to progress not because they prove worth, but because the prophecy has already declared the outcome acceptable. Action follows authorization, not the other way around. This explains why the world often reacts before the player acts. Citizens speak of your deeds in advance. Enemies wait for you. Allies trust you instantly. The narrative anticipates your presence. This anticipation is not coincidence, it is configuration. The world is primed for your arrival because the prophecy has already flagged you as relevant. Sheogorath, again, exposes this mechanism by parodying it. His false prophecies in the Shivering Isles work because prophecy does not require truth, it requires structure. Once structure is established, behavior follows. Border Watch reorganizes itself around nonsense because nonsense was delivered with authority. Meaning becomes secondary to compliance. Surveillance emerges naturally from this system. If the world must react instantly to authorized variables, then observation must be constant. NPC awareness exceeds plausible information networks. Your actions are registered globally, immediately, and selectively. This is not communication, it is monitoring. The illusion remains coherent because nothing escapes its notice. The adoring fan fits perfectly here. He is not merely reinforcement. He is confirmation that the system is watching. His omnipresence signals that the Hero of Kvatch is never unobserved. Praise is not spontaneous, it is triggered. His inability to abandon you suggests that proximity itself is part of his function. This reframes free will dramatically. You can choose how to complete quests, but not whether the quest exists. You can delay prophecy, but not cancel it. Resistance is absorbed into alternative pathways that lead to the same endpoints. Choice exists, but outcome is bounded. This is not a prison of force. It is a prison of permission. You are free to act as long as your actions remain narratively acceptable. Anything truly disruptive simply does not exist as an option. The illusion maintains itself not by punishment, but by omission. This is why Oblivion never allows systemic collapse. You can murder leaders, but institutions persist. You can become God, but reality stabilizes. You can break laws, but the world reconfigures. The system absorbs shock because it was designed to. Sheogorath understands that awareness of this design is the highest form of madness. To realize that your heroism is authorized rather than earned is destabilizing. To realize that prophecy is not fate but configuration is unbearable. Most inhabitants never reach this awareness. They do not need to. The player does. And yet, even with this awareness, the player continues. because awareness does not grant escape. It only grants understanding of the walls. When surveillance, prophecy, and replaceable gods are viewed together, Oblivion's universe resolves into a single, coherent structure, a controlled reality that sustains itself through authorization rather than truth. Nothing in this world needs to be real in the traditional sense. It only needs to be permitted. This is why contradictions never fracture the setting. A god can be replaced without consequence. A prophecy can be fabricated and still function. A hero can appear without history and still be accepted. These are not flaws in the narrative. They are features of a system that prioritizes continuity over coherence. As long as the illusion continues uninterrupted, internal consistency is optional. Sheogorath embodies this logic perfectly. He is the only being who treats the system honestly, not by explaining it, but by exaggerating it until it becomes visible. His madness is not denial of structure. It is over-identification with it. He shows that meaning can be assigned arbitrarily and still command obedience. In doing so, he exposes how fragile belief really is. The transition of godhood seals the argument. When the player becomes Sheogorath, nothing changes except the face behind the title. The Isles continue. The laws remain. Worship persists. Memory adjusts. This proves that divinity was never the source of authority. Authority resided in the role itself. The role needed a vessel, and the system selected one that fit. The same logic applies to the Hero of Kvatch. You are not the center of the universe because of who you are. You are central because the system requires a focal point. When you act, the world updates. When you pause, it waits. Reality is reactive, not independent. It exists in relation to your authorization status. This reframes heroism as compliance. You feel powerful because the system supports you. You feel chosen because the system flags you. You feel free because the system permits variation within boundaries. The illusion holds as long as you continue to play the role it has prepared for you. And yet, the most unsettling aspect is that none of this feels coercive. The system does not threaten you. It rewards you. It flatters you. It celebrates you. You are not forced to accept the illusion, you are thanked for sustaining it. Meaning becomes addictive. Purpose becomes comfortable. Doubt becomes unnecessary. This is why escape is never offered. Awareness does not unlock a way out. It only deepens participation. Even replacing Sheogorath does not break the cycle. It confirms it. You do not dismantle the illusion. You inherit responsibility for maintaining it. The prison is no longer a cell. It is a crown. This is the final lesson of Oblivion. Control does not require violence. It requires structure that feels meaningful enough to inhabit willingly. The most effective systems are those that convince their subjects they are protagonists rather than components. By the end of Section 2, the conclusion is unavoidable. Oblivion is not a story about saving a world. It is a story about sustaining one. And the player is not the hero who frees reality. They are the one who proves the illusion works. If identity in Oblivion is manufactured and divinity is replaceable, then death itself becomes suspect. Death, in most narratives, is consequence, the final proof that actions matter. In Oblivion, death behaves very differently. It is temporary, reversible, and often inconsequential. This is not a gameplay convenience alone. It is another signal that reality in this world is not governed by natural law, but by continuity preservation. The Hero of Kvatch dies constantly. They fall in battle, succumb to traps, or overwhelmed by enemies. And yet, each death is quietly erased. Time rewinds. Memory persists. The world resets without acknowledgement. No one remembers your failure. No scar remains. Death is not integrated into the narrative, it is edited out. This creates a disturbing implication: failure does not exist. A system that allows unlimited retries is not testing survival. It is testing persistence. The player is not punished for dying because punishment would threaten engagement. Instead, death becomes a correction mechanism, not an endpoint. Reality adjusts to keep the illusion intact. Contrast this with NPC death. Named characters die permanently, often without ceremony. Their deaths are absorbed into the world as background noise. They are mourned briefly, if at all. No rewind exists for them. This asymmetry is critical. It suggests that death is not universal, it is conditional. The Hero of Kvatch exists under different rules. If the illusion theory holds, then the hero is not meant to experience true death because death would interrupt the narrative. The system requires continuity of the focal variable. The player is allowed infinite failure because success is mandatory. This reframes resurrection mechanics across the game. Shrines, blessings, and divine intervention restore life effortlessly. Diseases are cured with ritual rather than consequence. Even vampirism, a state traditionally associated with damnation, becomes a manageable condition. Mortality is not punishment, it is a parameter that can be toggled. Sheogorath's realm makes this explicit. In the Shivering Isles, death is routine. Citizens die and return. Identity shifts. Violence carries no finality. Madness thrives precisely because consequence is inconsistent. This environment reveals what Cyrodiil hides. Death only matters when the system allows it to matter. This suggests that the Hero of Kvatch is not merely protected. They are exempt. Exemption implies design. Someone decided that this entity must persist regardless of outcome. Whether that designer is Sheogorath, the system itself, or the unseen logic of the world is unclear. What is clear is that mortality has been suspended selectively. This also explains why moral weight feels muted. You can assassinate leaders, destroy communities, and destabilize institutions without long-term collapse. The world reconfigures. New NPCs fill gaps. Systems persist. Death does not accumulate meaning, it dissipates. In a real world, repeated death would produce trauma. In Oblivion, repeated death produces familiarity. This familiarity erodes fear. Fearlessness does not arise from courage, but from certainty that nothing is final. The hero acts boldly not because they are brave, but because the system has removed risk. This is the final step in illusion containment. Once death loses its authority, reality loses its leverage. The player is no longer bound by consequence, only by progression. Actions matter only insofar as they move the narrative forward. The unsettling truth is that Oblivion does not want you to survive. It wants you to continue. Once death is revealed as conditional, Oblivion's world begins to resemble a closed loop rather than a linear reality. Events do not move forward toward resolution, they cycle until the correct outcome is achieved. This is most visible in how the game handles failure. Failure is never allowed to stand. It is corrected, overwritten, or quietly undone until continuity is restored. This is not mercy. It is necessity. A system built around a single focal entity cannot tolerate unresolved collapse. If the Hero of Kvatch were allowed to fail permanently, the illusion would fracture. Progress would stall. Meaning would dissipate. To prevent this, the world implements death loops, controlled resets that preserve narrative momentum. Each reload is not a second chance. It is a repair. The player remembers failure because memory is allowed to persist. The world forgets because forgetting maintains stability. This asymmetry reveals where importance lies. The system values your persistence, not your experience. You are allowed to learn, but the world is not allowed to change in response to that learning unless it advances the story. This explains why danger never escalates meaningfully. Enemies grow stronger, but never overwhelming. Threat adapts to maintain engagement, not realism. You are challenged, but never cornered beyond escape. The system ensures that success remains reachable, because unreachable success would imply possible collapse. In this sense, Oblivion is not testing skill. It is testing compliance with continuation. You must keep going. You must try again. You must persist until the authorized outcome is achieved. Death is permitted only insofar as it does not interrupt this requirement. This design is mirrored in the world's treatment of catastrophe. The Oblivion Crisis is framed as existential threat, yet its failure conditions are tightly controlled. Cities may burn, but never beyond recovery. The Empire collapses symbolically, but functionally remains intact. The world is allowed to flirt with annihilation, but never to cross into irreversibility. This reinforces the idea that Oblivion's universe is optimized for narrative survivability. Even moral failure is absorbed. The Dark Brotherhood can thrive alongside lawful institutions. The Thieves' Guild can coexist with imperial authority. Contradictions are not resolved because resolution would limit possibility. The system prefers ambiguity. It allows multiple states to exist simultaneously as long as none destabilize the whole. Immortality emerges naturally from this structure. The Hero of Kvatch is not immortal because they cannot be killed. They are immortal because killing them would violate the system's primary directive. Their body may fall, but their role must persist. This is why death feels weightless. It is not an ending. It is a pause. Sheogorath understands this perfectly. In the Shivering Isles, death is openly meaningless. Characters die, return, transform. The illusion is stripped of subtlety. Madness is simply the removal of consequence. Without consequence, identity becomes fluid, morality becomes optional, and continuity becomes the only remaining value. This is why Sheogorath is not horrified by death. He is bored by it. True disruption, in Oblivion, is not destruction, it is stagnation. A player who stops engaging threatens the illusion more than a player who dies repeatedly. The system cannot force belief. It can only reward participation. Death loops, then, are not kindness. They are retention mechanisms. They ensure that the hero remains present, active, and central. They ensure that the illusion continues long enough to be convincing. Reality bends not to preserve life, but to preserve motion. In Oblivion, you are not meant to survive forever. You are meant to never stop. As death loses permanence and failure becomes impossible, the Hero of Kvatch begins to drift away from personhood and towards something far stranger, a process. In Oblivion, the player character does not age, weaken, or psychologically fracture under repetition. They accumulate skills, titles, and memories, but none of these accumulate weight. Experience does not burden them. It optimizes them. This is not how living beings function. Memory, in a real consciousness, reshapes identity. Repeated trauma leaves scars. Repeated death would alter perception irreversibly. In Oblivion, memory persists only as mechanical advantage. You remember enemy patterns. You learn optimal paths. You refine efficiency. But you do not grieve. You do not hesitate. The character does not internalize loss. This suggests that memory is being stored, not lived. The illusion theory now reaches its most unsettling stage. If identity is installed, death is conditional, and memory persists without consequence, then the Hero of Kvatch is no longer behaving like a mortal agent. They are functioning like a self-correcting loop, designed to converge on completion. Each failure updates the process. Each success advances it. Emotion is unnecessary. Only iteration matters. This explains the emotional flatness of the player character. No matter what happens, dialogue remains neutral. The hero does not react to catastrophe with shock or despair. They acknowledge events, accept new objectives, and proceed. Even when confronted with existential revelations, Daedric manipulation, divine replacement, total war, the response is procedural. This is not stoicism. It is abstraction. The world treats you as a constant because you are one. NPCs respond to your status, not your inner state. Titles persist even when actions contradict them. You can be the listener of the Dark Brotherhood and a savior of the Empire simultaneously without cognitive dissonance. The system does not track moral coherence because it does not require it. The hero becomes a container for outcomes. This container persists through death, contradiction, and transformation. Even godhood does not disrupt it. When you replace Sheogorath, you do not lose memory or selfhood. You simply gain jurisdiction. The process absorbs divinity as another state, not a conclusion. This makes the final implication unavoidable. The Hero of Kvatch is not a character being played. They are the engine through which the world continues. Without the hero, quests would not resolve. Crises would not stabilize. Prophecies would not execute. The system does not merely accommodate the hero, it depends on them. Their immortality is functional. Their memory persistence is structural. Their lack of psychological depth is intentional. This is why the game never asks who you are becoming. Becoming implies change. Oblivion does not want change. It wants convergence. Every skill tree, every guild, every Daedric quest moves the hero toward completeness, not self-understanding. You are not discovering identity, you are filling capacity. Sheogorath's final gift is clarity. By turning you into a god without altering your function, he reveals the truth: power does not elevate you. It reclassifies you. You remain the same process, operating at a higher permission level. The horror of Oblivion is not that the world is fake. It is that the world is real enough to require you, and indifferent enough to replace you if you stop. By this point, the hero is no longer protected from death because they are special. They are protected because they are necessary. And necessity, in a system like this, is the most dangerous form of immortality. Once the Hero of Kvatch is understood as a process rather than a person, the final illusion collapses. There is no true ending in Oblivion. Endings exist only as checkpoints, temporary states of completion that reset the world into a stable configuration, ready to persist indefinitely. Resolution is simulated. Finality is prohibited. This becomes obvious the moment the main quest concludes. The Oblivion gates close. Maroon's Dagon is banished. Martin Septim is memorialized. The crisis is declared over. And yet, the world continues unchanged. Cities resume routines. NPCs return to idle loops. No long-term transformation occurs. The Empire does not meaningfully rebuild. The scars of apocalypse fade almost instantly. The system has stabilized. If the hero were a true individual, this moment would demand reflection. Grief. Relief. Identity shift. Instead, the game offers none of these. The hero receives praise, a statue, and then silence. The narrative does not evolve because evolution would imply change beyond acceptable parameters. This confirms that the goal was never victory. The goal was restoration of equilibrium. The same pattern appears in the Shivering Isles. You defeat Gigalag. You become Sheogorath. The Grey March ends. And then, nothing changes. The Isles continue. Madness persists. You are now a god, but the world behaves exactly as before. Authority transfers, but structure remains intact. This reveals the system's true priority: continuity over meaning. Endings are allowed only if they do not threaten the ongoing operation of the world. The hero may complete arcs, but the system must remain runnable. A true ending would imply shutdown, and shutdown is not permitted. This is why Oblivion never allows you to stop. Even after ascension, even after salvation, even after godhood, the game invites you to continue. More quests. More titles. More loops. The illusion does not collapse when purpose is fulfilled, it simply assigns new purpose. In this light, immortality becomes a curse disguised as privilege. The hero cannot rest because rest would be indistinguishable from absence. Absence would expose the system's dependency. Therefore, the hero must remain available. Eternal presence replaces eternal life. You exist not to experience, but to sustain. Sheogorath's madness becomes tragic rather than comedic. He is not insane because reality is chaotic. He is insane because he sees that reality cannot end. He knows that roles repeat, gods replace one another, and meaning resets endlessly. His laughter is the only possible response to an existence that cannot conclude. By inheriting his role, the player inherits this awareness. You do not gain freedom. You gain responsibility without escape. You become the custodian of a loop that will never resolve. The illusion does not ask whether you consent. It assumes you will continue, because continuing is what you have always done. This is the final inversion of heroic fantasy. The greatest reward is not peace. It is permanence. And permanence, in Oblivion, is indistinguishable from imprisonment. The Hero of Kvatch does not fail, does not age, does not die, and does not end. They persist until replaced. Their triumph is not salvation, it is proof that the system functions as designed. In the end, Oblivion does not ask whether the world can be saved. It asks whether a world that cannot end deserves to be. And it never answers that question, because answering it would require stopping. With identity reduced to function and death stripped of finality, the next layer of Oblivion's illusion reveals itself through time. Time in this world does not behave as a natural flow. It loops, stretches, pauses, and accelerates depending on necessity. More importantly, it never advances in a way that threatens stability. Time exists to serve continuity, not consequence. From the player's perspective, time is elastic. Days pass instantly. Years mean nothing. Seasons repeat without impact. Characters do not age meaningfully. Empires rise and fall symbolically, but the environment remains functionally unchanged. Cyrodiil is frozen in a perpetual present, a world that simulates progression without allowing transformation. This is not oversight. It is containment. A world that truly moves forward would accumulate history. History would demand reconciliation, adaptation, and irreversible change. Oblivion avoids this by flattening time into cycles. Events happen, but their effects dissolve. Memory exists only in records and dialogue, not in the structure of the world. This becomes especially clear when examining how quests interact with time. You can ignore the main crisis indefinitely without consequence. Oblivion gates remain open but do not spread. Cities are not overwhelmed. The apocalypse waits patiently for your availability. Time halts its urgency until the hero engages. Crisis exists in a suspended state, activated only when observed. This behavior is impossible in a living world. It is entirely logical in a staged one. The illusion requires you to believe that events are urgent while simultaneously ensuring that urgency never escapes control. Time pressure is simulated emotionally, not mechanically. The world tells you to hurry, but it never forces you to. This pattern mirrors Sheogorath's domain. In the Shivering Isles, time is openly meaningless. Cycles repeat. The Grey March comes and goes. Citizens anticipate destruction calmly because destruction has happened before. Endings are temporary states, not conclusions. Madness thrives where time cannot progress. The illusion theory suggests that Cyrodiil operates under the same rules, but disguises them with realism. Time only advances when the system can safely absorb the change. When the hero completes a quest, time acknowledges it. When the hero is absent, time idles. This dependency reinforces the idea that the hero is not moving through time, time is reacting to the hero. This inversion is crucial. In a real world, individuals are subject to time. In Oblivion, time is subordinate to participation. The world does not continue without you. It waits. And waiting is not neutrality, it is design. False permanence emerges from this structure. Buildings remain intact. Political boundaries hold. Cultures persist without evolution. The empire stagnates rather than adapts. This stagnation creates the illusion of stability, but it is actually paralysis. A system unable to change survives by refusing to age. This is why endings feel hollow. When the crisis ends, time does not move forward into a new era. It resets into equilibrium. The illusion survives because nothing fundamentally changes. True progression would require loss of structures, roles, and systems that can no longer function. Oblivion cannot allow that. The hero's immortality supports this. An immortal focal variable anchors time in place. As long as the hero persists, time remains flexible, reversible, and forgiving. consequence is delayed indefinitely. This is the hidden cost of the illusion. A world protected from collapse is also protected from growth. It survives endlessly, but never becomes anything new. The illusion resists collapse not because it is strong, but because it is static. And static worlds do not die. They linger. As time in Oblivion reveals itself as elastic rather than directional, a deeper truth emerges. Progress is treated as a threat. The illusion does not collapse because it prevents the very conditions that would allow collapse to occur. Chief among those conditions is irreversible change. A world that truly progresses must abandon outdated structures. Oblivion never does. History in Cyrodiil is preserved, but never resolved. Ruins litter the landscape, yet they remain untouched by consequence. They do not decay further. They do not inspire reform. They exist as static reminders of past failures that the present refuses to learn from. The Empire studies history endlessly, yet repeats it perfectly. Knowledge accumulates, but wisdom does not. This pattern is not ignorance. It is containment. If history were allowed to teach genuine lessons, institutions would need to adapt. Adaptation would destabilize existing hierarchies. In Oblivion, hierarchies persist precisely because adaptation is impossible. The system preserves failure as aesthetic rather than functional. The Elder Council exemplifies this stagnation. Despite existential crisis, assassination, and collapse of imperial lineage, the Council continues operating with minimal change. No new philosophy emerges. No structural reform occurs. The Empire transitions seamlessly from divine mandate to symbolic continuity. Authority survives by rebranding rather than reevaluating. Time assists this deception. By refusing to advance meaningfully, the world avoids confronting its own obsolescence. Political systems remain relevant not because they work, but because time refuses to expose their failure. The illusion preserves legitimacy through stasis. This is why progress-oriented choices feel limited. You can help individuals, but not systems. You can resolve local problems, but not structural ones. Slavery ends in isolated cases, not as policy. Corruption is punished. Individually, never institutionally. The illusion allows improvement only at scales too small to threaten stability. The hero is encouraged to act, but never to reform. Even when you become Archmage, Guildmaster, or Divine Champion, your authority is symbolic. You inherit titles, not leverage. Systems remain unchanged regardless of who leads them. Leadership is ceremonial because real power would imply capacity for transformation. This reinforces the idea that time is a containment mechanism. It allows repetition without evolution. Events happen, but their implications are quarantined. The illusion does not deny change, it localizes it until it becomes harmless. Sheogorath understands this fully. In his realm, stagnation becomes explicit madness. Cycles repeat openly. Citizens anticipate destruction without attempting prevention. Progress is impossible, so survival becomes performance. The Shivering Isles are not broken, they are honest. Cyrodiil, by contrast, pretends. It pretends that history moves forward. It pretends that crises matter. It pretends that the hero's actions reshape the world. But all of these changes are temporary overlays, removed once stability is restored. This is why Oblivion resists collapse so effectively. Collapse would require acknowledgement of failure. Acknowledgement would demand change. Change would threaten continuity. The illusion chooses continuity every time. The unsettling implication is that Oblivion's world does not want to be saved. It wants to remain intact. The hero's role, then, is not revolutionary. It is conservative in the most literal sense. You conserve the system by preventing it from reaching moments of irreversible truth. Time bends around you to avoid those moments. And in doing so, it transforms progress, the engine of meaning, into the greatest danger the illusion must suppress. As time suppresses progress and institutions remain frozen, Oblivion reveals its most persistent illusion, permanence without resolution. The world appears stable not because it is healthy, but because it has learned how to postpone collapse indefinitely. Every structure is reinforced just enough to endure, but never enough to evolve. This creates a universe filled with immortal institutions. Guilds persist regardless of corruption. Empires endure without heirs. Religions survive even when their gods fall silent or prove replaceable. These systems do not thrive, they linger. They operate in a state of suspended relevance, protected by time's refusal to expose their decay. The hero cannot dismantle these institutions because dismantling would require replacement. Replacement would require innovation. Innovation would threaten continuity. The illusion permits repair, not reinvention. This is why crises resolve cleanly. The Oblivion Crisis ends with a single, symbolic act. Martin becomes Akatosh. Dagon is banished. The metaphysical problem is solved theatrically, without addressing the systemic weaknesses that allowed it to occur. The Empire survives without reform. The Elder Council remains. The same vulnerabilities persist. Collapse is delayed, not prevented. This pattern is repeated everywhere. Corrupt officials are removed individually. Guilds purge traitors without questioning their structure. Daedric cults are eradicated without examining why they flourish. The illusion treats symptoms, not causes. Time plays accomplice. By refusing to move forward meaningfully, time prevents accountability from accumulating. No generation grows up entirely shaped by the consequences of previous failure. The same actors remain. The same systems dominate. Lessons are recorded but never integrated. This produces a false sense of durability. Because nothing breaks permanently, the world feels resilient. In truth, it is brittle. It survives only by avoiding stress points. The illusion does not withstand collapse, it sidesteps it. The hero's immortality reinforces this brittleness. An immortal agent can absorb endless strain. They fix problems, smooth disruptions, and neutralize threats before pressure builds. The system relies on this intervention. Without the hero, collapse would not be postponed, it would be inevitable. This reliance creates a paradox. The hero is celebrated as savior, but their presence ensures that the world never learns to survive without intervention. Each rescue deepens dependence. Each resolved crisis reduces urgency for reform. Stability becomes conditional on the hero's continued existence. This is why the system cannot allow you to leave. There is no retirement. No abdication. No true conclusion. Even godhood binds you tighter. Authority does not grant freedom, it grants obligation. You must persist because the illusion cannot sustain itself otherwise. Sheogorath's laughter now makes sense. He knows that immortality is not transcendence. It is entrapment. To exist forever inside a world that cannot change is not divine, it is exhausting. Madness becomes the only rational response to endless postponement. The illusion of permanence thus becomes the illusion's greatest vulnerability. By refusing to end, the world refuses to live. It becomes an artifact rather than an ecosystem. It survives by freezing itself in an idealized state, protected from the entropy that gives meaning to existence. In this reading, Oblivion is not a story about apocalypse narrowly avoided. It is a story about collapse endlessly deferred. And deferral, prolonged indefinitely, becomes indistinguishable from denial. At its deepest level, the illusion in Oblivion resists collapse not out of malice, but out of fear of ending. An ending would force the world to confront everything it has postponed: unresolved history, stagnant institutions, borrowed identities, and conditional immortality. The illusion survives by ensuring that such a reckoning never occurs. This is why true failure is impossible. Failure would require the system to accept a state from which it cannot recover. It would require the world to exist without the hero, without authorization, without continuity safeguards. Oblivion never allows this condition to arise. Every threat is bounded. Every catastrophe is reversible. Every loss is compartmentalized. The illusion does not deny death. It denies finality. If finality were permitted, time would have to advance honestly. Institutions would age. Power would shift irreversibly. Memory would accumulate weight. Identity would fracture under consequence. The system cannot survive this exposure, so it avoids it entirely. The hero's journey is designed to absorb these pressures. By granting immortality, narrative centrality, and infinite retries, the illusion externalizes consequence onto a single entity. The hero becomes a buffer between reality and collapse. Their endless continuation ensures that the world never has to test its own limits. This buffering role is mistaken for heroism. You are celebrated not because you change the world, but because you prevent it from changing. Each crisis you resolve returns the system to equilibrium. Each god you replace preserves function. Each ending you complete resets into stasis. The illusion does not want resolution. It wants maintenance. This reframes the most unsettling possibility. The illusion is not fragile. It is dependent. Without the hero's continued participation, the system would face a choice it has avoided since its creation, to either evolve or end. The illusion delays this choice indefinitely by ensuring that someone is always available to act. This is why the game never asks whether you wish to continue. It assumes continuation as default. Quests appear endlessly. Titles accumulate without limit. Even divine ascension does not remove obligation. Freedom is never offered because freedom would imply disengagement. Sheogorath's madness now reads as clarity. He knows that a world without endings cannot grow. He knows that cycles without resolution become prisons. His humor is the laughter of someone who understands that the illusion is perfectly stable and utterly hollow. The final horror of Oblivion is not that the world is fake. It is that the world cannot stop being itself. Ending the illusion would require allowing collapse, grief, and uncertainty. It would require accepting loss without rewind. It would require surrendering the guarantee of continuity. The system refuses. And so it crowns you, thanks you, immortalizes you, and quietly ensures you will never be finished. The gates close. The crisis ends. The statue stands. And the world waits. Not for a new hero. For you to continue. After illusion, identity replacement, conditional death, and frozen time, Oblivion arrives at its most uncomfortable question: what does agency mean in a world that cannot end? Up to this point, the Hero of Kvatch has appeared powerful, central, even indispensable. But indispensability is not freedom. It is obligation disguised as importance. Agency in Oblivion is carefully curated. You can choose how to act, but not whether action is required. You can delay destiny, but not escape it. You can refuse quests temporarily, but the world waits for you rather than moving on. Choice exists, but only inside a frame designed to preserve continuity. The system does not remove agency, it contains it. This containment explains why rebellion never truly exists. You can assassinate leaders, defy guilds, or reject moral norms, yet the structure of the world remains intact. Authority shifts slightly, but never dissolves. Even the Dark Brotherhood operates as a sanctioned outlet rather than a threat to order. Violence becomes another supported path, not a disruption. True rebellion would mean refusing participation entirely. Oblivion never offers this option. The hero cannot choose obscurity. You cannot fade into irrelevance. The world does not allow you to become unimportant, because importance is the mechanism that binds you to it. Praise, recognition, and escalation are not rewards, they are anchors. This reframes player empowerment as entrapment. Power accumulates endlessly, but power never liberates. It increases obligation. Every new title expands responsibility. Every skill mastered deepens integration. The hero becomes more capable, but also more necessary. The illusion tightens its grip by making you indispensable. This is why Godhood fails to grant freedom. Becoming Sheogorath does not release you from obligation, it universalizes it. You are no longer responsible for one world. You are responsible for a realm. Authority increases. Escape becomes impossible. The illusion reaches its most efficient form, a ruler who cannot leave because the world cannot function without them. Agency, then, is inverted. Freedom is not the ability to choose outcomes. It is the ability to disengage. Oblivion denies disengagement completely. You may stop playing, but the world remains frozen in anticipation. Within the fiction, the hero never exits. They persist indefinitely, maintaining stability through presence alone. This leads to the most disturbing conclusion yet. The illusion does not exist to control the world. It exists to retain the hero. Everything, prophecy, immortality, replaceable gods, frozen time, is optimized to keep a single entity active, engaged, and central. The hero is not a threat to the illusion. They are its keystone. Without you, the world would face entropy. With you, it remains intact. The illusion therefore cannot allow you to leave without risking collapse. This makes the final philosophical turn unavoidable. If agency requires the possibility of refusal, then the Hero of Kvatch is not free. They are constrained by meaning itself. The more important they become, the less able they are to stop. Oblivion quietly suggests that purpose can be as imprisoning as force. The system does not coerce you into heroism. It seduces you into permanence. Once agency is revealed as containment rather than freedom, Oblivion's final moral question sharpens: is survival meaningful if it requires denying the possibility of ending? Up to this point, the illusion has justified itself through stability. The world does not collapse. Catastrophe is avoided. Order persists. But stability achieved through endless deferral carries its own cost, one the game never states outright, but constantly implies. A world that cannot end cannot truly choose. Choice only has weight when refusal is possible. In Oblivion, refusal is absorbed. You may delay action, but the system interprets delay as pending compliance. Quests wait. Crises idle. Prophecies remain armed but unfired. The illusion does not punish hesitation because hesitation is not resistance. It is simply unfulfilled authorization. This reveals that the illusion values continuation over consent. The hero's presence is treated as default, not negotiated. You are assumed to remain available. The system does not ask whether you wish to bear responsibility for the world's survival. It assigns responsibility and rewards you for accepting it. Praise replaces permission. This is why heroism feels compulsory. The illusion frames participation as virtue. To disengage would appear selfish, negligent, even immoral. The hero continues not because they are forced, but because refusal has been reframed as failure. Meaning itself becomes coercive. This reframing mirrors real systems of power. Institutions often survive not by force, but by convincing individuals that participation is synonymous with goodness. Responsibility becomes identity. Obligation becomes honor. The illusion in Oblivion operates on this same logic. You are not trapped by walls, you are trapped by narrative expectation. The most unsettling part is that the system is not wrong. Without the hero, the world would collapse. Crises would go unresolved. Time would move forward without correction. Institutions would fail. The illusion's dependence on you is real. Your indispensability is not imagined. This creates a paradox with no ethical escape. If you stay, you perpetuate a stagnant world that refuses to grow. If you leave, you abandon a world incapable of surviving without you. Either choice carries harm. The illusion resolves this paradox by removing the choice entirely. You never face a moment where departure is offered as an option. The game ends without ending. Credits roll, but the world persists. There is no farewell, no relinquishing of duty, no handing over of responsibility. The illusion does not allow mourning. Mourning would imply loss. Loss would imply ending. Ending would imply transformation. The system avoids this chain by freezing the hero in eternal relevance. You are always needed. Therefore, you are never finished. This casts the hero's immortality in a darker light. Immortality is not reward. It is retention. The hero is preserved not to enjoy existence, but to ensure the world does not have to face absence. Your endless presence shields the system from entropy. Sheogorath's madness becomes the only honest response to this realization. To understand that survival requires denial of ending is to recognize the illusion's emptiness. A world that cannot risk collapse cannot risk growth. It can only repeat itself under new guises, sustained by the same mechanisms of authorization and containment. The illusion survives, but meaning erodes. Oblivion never tells you this explicitly. It allows you to feel heroic, powerful, and fulfilled. But beneath that fulfillment is a quiet unease, the sense that something essential has been postponed indefinitely. And that postponement is the illusion's true cost. As Oblivion approaches its final convergence, the illusion is no longer subtle. What once appeared as heroic fantasy now reads as a philosophical trap. Truth is never denied, only deferred. The world does not hide its artificiality, it normalizes it. Over time, the player learns to accept contradictions, resets, and replacements as natural. The illusion does not collapse because it never presents itself as something that can be questioned meaningfully. This is the illusion's greatest strength. Truth in Oblivion exists, but it carries no authority. You can uncover corruption, expose cults, replace gods, and witness the mechanics of reality itself, yet none of this knowledge grants liberation. Understanding how the system works does not unlock an exit. It only clarifies why exit is impossible. Knowledge becomes inert. This reframes the player's journey from discovery to accommodation. Each revelation initially feels empowering. You learn that gods can be replaced, that death is conditional, that prophecy is authorization. But each insight is absorbed by the illusion without consequence. The system does not resist understanding, it anticipates it. This is why Sheogorath is not defeated by enlightenment. He expects it. Madness, in this context, is not ignorance. It is recognition without escape. Sheogorath laughs because he understands that awareness changes nothing. The system is too complete to be dismantled from within. Any attempt to break it becomes another world to fulfill. The hero's growing awareness mirrors this fate. By the final hours of the game, the player understands that the world reacts to them rather than existing independently. They understand that permanence is artificial. They understand that endings are denied. And yet, the only available action is continuation. Awareness does not lead to rebellion. It leads to efficiency. This is where Oblivion's critique becomes sharpest. The illusion does not need belief to survive. It needs participation. You may doubt the world's authenticity, but as long as you act within it, the system remains stable. Skepticism is tolerated. Withdrawal is not. The illusion therefore prioritizes function over faith. You do not need to believe the prophecy to fulfill it. You do not need to revere gods to replace them. You do not need to trust the system to sustain it. Action alone is sufficient. Meaning becomes optional. Operation becomes mandatory. This strips heroism of its moral grounding. You are no longer acting because it is right or just. You are acting because the system requires action to persist. The illusion reduces ethics to mechanics. Good and evil become cosmetic variations within the same loop. This is why moral extremes coexist without resolution. You can be savior and murderer, saint and tyrant, god and servant. The system does not reconcile these contradictions because reconciliation would imply evaluation. Evaluation would require standards. Standards would require judgment. Judgment would introduce risk. The illusion avoids risk at all costs. In doing so, it hollows out meaning. Survival becomes an end in itself. Continuation replaces purpose. The world lives on, but only by refusing to ask why it should. This is the point where Oblivion stops being a fantasy and becomes a mirror. It asks whether a system that preserves itself perfectly is worth preserving at all. It asks whether awareness without agency is enlightenment or imprisonment. And it asks whether participation, when withdrawal is impossible, can still be called choice. These questions are never answered, because answering them would require an ending. And Oblivion cannot allow that. At the end of Oblivion, no revelation arrives to free you. No final truth dismantles the illusion. No decisive act restores authentic agency. Instead, the world settles into a familiar stillness, stable, functional, and unchanged. This is not failure of storytelling. It is the story's final statement. A world that cannot end does not need saving. It needs sustaining. And sustaining is exactly what the Hero of Kvatch has been doing all along. The illusion never demanded belief. It demanded presence. As long as someone was willing to act, to respond, to continue, the system could postpone every reckoning. Collapse, grief, and transformation were not avoided through strength, but through deferral. The hero became the mechanism by which deferral was made infinite. This reframes the entire journey. You were never moving toward liberation. You were moving toward integration. Every title, every ascension, every revelation bound you deeper into the system's operation. Even godhood did not grant transcendence, it finalized your role as caretaker of a reality that refuses to confront its own limits. The illusion's greatest success is that this feels like triumph. You are praised. You are immortalized. You are remembered. The statue stands, the songs are sung, the crisis is over. Meaning appears complete. And yet, nothing truly concludes. The world does not grow. It does not mourn. It does not learn. It simply resumes. The final horror of Oblivion is subtle. Nothing you do makes endings possible. You can end threats, but not cycles. You can close gates, but not systems. You can replace gods, but not structures. Every apparent victory reinforces the same pattern, preservation without transformation. This is why the game lingers so powerfully in memory. Not because of its spectacle, but because of its unease. It presents a universe where survival is flawless and meaning is optional. A universe that never collapses, but never resolves. A universe that endures forever by refusing to ask whether endurance alone is enough. The Hero of Kvatch is not condemned. They are retained. Their immortality is not punishment or reward. It is inevitability. As long as the illusion exists, someone must inhabit it fully enough to keep it running. You were not chosen for virtue. You were chosen for compatibility. And compatibility is the most dangerous trait of all, because it ensures the system never has to change. In the end, Oblivion does not ask whether the world is real. It asks whether a world that cannot end deserves to continue. And it leaves that question unanswered, not because it lacks an answer, but because answering it would require the one thing the illusion cannot allow: an ending.